All right, it is 5 p.m. and I'd like to call the regular board meeting to order. We are about to head into closed session. Asking right now if there's any comments from the public on items that are in closed session. All right, seeing none, we will head to closed session. Thank you. Good evening. Tonight we will be calling the regular board meeting to order. I'm sorry, one moment. Just to let everybody know, this meeting is recorded and live stream, and for the past hour, the board was in closed session. No action was taken in closed session. So at this time, if I could ask everybody to stand for the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask Greg Blake to introduce the student reports.
All right, so tonight we have from Emma Wilson, we have our choir. So we are pretty excited that you're here. Thank you for being here. And do we have something going on? Courtney, thank you. Take it away.
Thank you for having us tonight. We're super happy to be here. This is a great performance. I would first like to introduce our amazing music and choir teacher, Holly Taylor. And I'll let her come up and tell you a little bit about what you're going to see.
Hi, my name is Holly Taylor. I've been teaching over at Emma Wilson. I think this is my third or fourth year. And this is the first year we've had elementary choir in many, many years. So, sorry, I don't want my back to you guys either. So we're pretty excited. This is our second performance. It's fourth and fifth graders. And it's been a blast. These have been, the reaction to having a choir from just the students alone has been huge. So I'm just excited to present them to you. So Emma Wilson, Ram Choir.
The excitement is pretty amazing for them. Oh, we had a pretty good
Thank you guys
crowd
so
at
much for
the
being here.
Yeah, always a good time. Thanks for being here.
I get to have all of the fun tonight, I think. So I would love to first invite Stacy Baker up here to stand with me. Stacy Baker this year has earned our Superintendent's Award, and I've worked with Stacy for a long time. It's hard for me to not get emotional because the joy that she brings to our school with the things that she does, it's amazing. She's always got a smile on her face. You're going to hear some of that from our staff and her colleagues. But Stacy brings something to Emma Wilson that just it makes us all feel very special. And what you'll see with Stacy is that even if she's having a rough day, she will brighten your day. And it's just a special quality that not everybody has. And to see the passion that she brings to the table with the students that she works with, and she works so hard. I've seen her, she's super fast. I've seen her sprint across the campus. I've seen her catch flying objects. I mean, she is so talented with all of the students at school, but the students that she gets to spend the most time with, you can just see the love that she has for them, and as you'll see too, the love that they have for her. So we also have a short video, so it wasn't just me up here droning on and on. So I know you haven't seen this, but you'll see from some of us how much we care about you. But you get to watch it too. So.
Stacy Baker, I absolutely love how you are so positive. Even when you're having a rough day, no one would ever notice that a day was rough in your life, and I appreciate your positivity and the way that you support some students that are in need.
Congratulations, Teacher Stacy. We're so happy to be able to work with you at Emma Wilson. We've known you for such a long time.
And every time I see you in the morning, you've just given this bright smile, and it makes my day. So thank you very much, and congratulations, Stacy. It would not be the same to work without you.
And you've been with us for such a long time. You're a Loma Vista and special education legend. Woohoo! Congratulations!
Congratulations, Stacy.
What do you like about Teacher Stacy?
She is so beautiful, and I do like Miss Stacy because she is good.
Congratulations, Stacy Baker. You are by far one of the most talented people that I've ever worked with. You are so well deserving of this award. You reach out to students who have a hard time communicating every day, and you can see the love that you have for them, and it's just very special. So we appreciate you, and we love you, and congratulations.
Congratulations, Stacy Baker. You are a very deserving individual for this award. You have one of the most amazing smiles and the kindest hearts on our campus, and that shows with every child that you work with. They are truly lucky to have you in their lives, and their lives wouldn't be as awesome as they are without you. And it hurts me to say this, congratulations on your win against the 49ers last weekend.
Go Hawks.
Every school has individuals who make it a brighter place simply by being there, and Stacy Baker is one of those rare treasures. Known across campus for having the best smile and the most positive attitude, she brings joy and encouragement into every space she enters. Her smile is more than just welcoming, it's reassuring. It tells students that they are safe, supported, and valued. No matter the challenge or the day's demands, she meets each moment with patience, warmth, and an unwavering sense of optimism. Her attitude sets the tone, reminding everyone around her that kindness and compassion matters.
Oh my gosh, her smile and her sense of humor. I feel like we see each other in that way. So congratulations, Stacy.
Say bye.
Bye!
Stacy Baker, every time I see you on campus, you bring a smile to my face because you usually have one on your own face. I am so amazed by the work that you do with our students all across campus, and I'm so grateful for the joy that you share with staff and students.
And we also wanted to share some words from some of your colleagues who weren't able to come record. But one of the things that they shared about you is that you always have a huge smile on your face. And you are always genuinely happy and genuinely checking in with people to make sure that they're doing okay. When they're not, you provide the support that they need. And we all appreciate that about you. Congratulations. Now we get to take a picture. Oh, that would be.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, nice picture.
Well, usually my eyes are closed, so don't feel bad. Everybody knows it's true.
Oh, great. Ooh.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Joe.
That's awesome.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I have the honor to also present our Certificated Superintendent's Award to Stacy Hansen. Will you please come up and join me? I know. We are fortunate to have several Stacys at school, and they're all wonderful. But we're lucky to have a great staff. But these two Stacys, they stand out. I go into Stacy's classroom, and I see something very special. I was in there the other day, for example, and she was sitting in a small circle. We had just learned about circles, and she had probably implemented it already, but she was sitting in the circle with her kids, and it felt like I walked into a family dinner. It felt so special, and the kids were having genuine conversations. They were vulnerable with each other. They were safe. You could tell that they felt safe, even though there are some relationships in there that are challenging. They're challenging with each other. Those kids knew that that was a safe place to be, to open up, and that's what you bring to the table. You're humble and sometimes quiet in the background, making all these miracles happen. And I just think sometimes we want to just come into your classroom to feel good, and that doesn't happen all the time. So it's a very special quality. You'll see from your colleagues also that Stacy, she's just doing wonderful things, and we appreciate you, and we recognize you, so congratulations. You're gonna hear more. And
Stacy Hansen, your patience, kindness, and willingness to go above and beyond for each student does not go unnoticed. You have such a special way of connecting with kids who need a little extra love and support, and it truly shows in everything you do for them. I love hearing the ideas you share in staff meetings about your classroom management strategies. These ideas are always helpful, and I love implementing them in my own classroom. Not only are you an amazing teacher, but you're also an incredible mom and a wonderful friend. I'm so lucky to get to work with you, and you are so deserving of this award.
Congratulations, Ms. Hansen. You were the best teacher I ever had. Even though I'm in 4th grade, that's still my favorite grade that I've been in.
Hi, Ms. Hansen, congratulations. I just wanted to say that you're an amazing teacher and a phenomenal mother. I have loved getting to know you over the past couple of years. Every time I see you in the hallways, you've always got a smile on, and you're always so willing to help. You totally deserve this, and I hope you have a great rest of the year.
Hi, Mrs. Hansen. I'm so happy for you, and congratulations on your award. We've been really lucky to get to work together with PTA, and also you just have been the most wonderful teacher to my daughter, so caring and loving, supportive of our family, and I know you're the same way with all other students and their families too. So I'm really happy for you. It's so well deserved. We love you.
Teaching is not for the faint of heart. It is a profession filled with unpredictability, shifting schedules, deadlines with dibbles assessments, emotional hurdles, and moments when patience is tested. Yet, Stacy Hansen approaches each day with a steady heart and a clear mind. When situations spiral and the world feels like it's moving too fast, she is the anchor. Her calm isn't passive, it's purposeful. She meets every disruption not with frustration, but with thoughtful action. In the midst of confusion, students and colleagues alike find clarity in her quiet confidence.
Congratulations, Stacy Hansen. I can't think of a more deserving teacher for this award. You are one of a kind. The way that you can take any difficult situation and turn it around for your students is truly amazing. I have the pleasure of working with you every week when I come in your classroom and on some special teams. And your knowledge and your insightfulness and those little things that you think of make our school a better place every day. Keep going. We couldn't do it without you. Congratulations.
Stacy Hansen, I appreciate your willingness to always revamp your classroom, try new strategies, and the way that you love all of your students equally really shows, and it's going above and beyond. And I appreciate all your strategies that you implement.
Congratulations, Stacy Hansen. You are very patient, and I know you're behind the scenes, helping with PBIS, school progress, and SEL. You're also a problem solver, and you collaborate well with your grade level team, and you provide support to the team within your classroom of adults and students.
Stacy Hansen, we have been able to share some students together over the years, and I am just so amazed to see the growth that they make with you in their second grade year. You truly have changed the lives of a lot of students at our school. Thank you so much for the love and care that you dedicate to each and every one of your kids.
Stacy Hansen, I am so super proud that you have earned this award. I've been in your classroom personally and felt the sense of family that you have in there. You build a community of kindness and respect. And even though you have had some really interesting students and challenging behaviors, you have done so well to mediate that and to make sure that those students leave your class every day feeling loved. So thank you and congratulations. You so deserve it.
That's fun. I know.
Thank you so much. Right.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, President Conkin. First time saying that. It's pretty impactful. CUSD School Board and District Leadership. My name is Kelly Searle, and I'm the chapter president of CSEA Chico 110. We are so grateful for the opportunity to recognize our great classified employees. This month, we want to honor our great IT department. CUSD IT is one of the departments that every one of us rely on and is a vital part to educating CUSD students. To introduce the member of the month, I'd like to introduce Holly Ponciano, Chico 110 Vice President.
Good evening, and thank you again to our school board. Thanks. No, sorry. CSEA would like to recognize our January member of the month, Ben West, who is nominated by Kim Bear, a fellow union member. To tell you a little briefly about Ben, he was hired permanently in 2023, starting at Marsh as an instructional assistant computers. He then moved over to Chico Junior as a senior library media assistant, and then was hired as a computer tech. Ben said that the favorite part of his job is seeing the satisfaction of staff when their technology issues are resolved and their systems are working properly. And I agree too. All the time, working at the online school, we need that. Kim, quoting Kim, who nominated him, said that Ben is so prompt and knowledgeable, helpful and efficient with his work. Whenever I need help with anything IT related, I know that I can count on him. It's like all she has to do is think about what she needs and poof, he appears. And he always knows what needs to be done. We're just really thankful for people like Ben who make all of our jobs successful, as we rely so heavily on technology for everything that we do. We hope that his recognition is extended to all of his colleagues as well. And again, we appreciate his hard work and contribution to all of our employees and students in our district. So thank you so much, Ben.
And Madam President, I do have a couple more comments under the superintendent's report. Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to say that yesterday, Ben came forward and rescued me. I don't know how many of you know my IT capabilities are, don't laugh, a little bit suspect. I went to the district office being told that there would be someone there to help me, and the someone that appeared at the superintendent's door was Ben. And yes, he straightened out all the issues on my iPhone, which had been updated the day before. And of course, as soon as they update, I don't know what I'm doing on it anymore. So just a personal, he disappeared, as they said. Oh, there you are. Thank you, sir. My phone's been working just fine. Thank you. Personal testimony.
Thank you. I do have a few more things under the superintendent reports that I just wanted to mention, but the first one, we do have a couple of fairly significant timelines I wanted to share with you just really quick. Tina's going to share the FPM timeline and the charter renewal timeline with you, just so you have some idea of what's going on.
Sure, thank you. We do have two things, as was mentioned, coming up to look at. One is what we call a federal program monitoring, or an FPM. When districts receive federal and state funding, they get reviewed periodically to make sure that we're in compliance with federal and state regulations, as well as being good stewards of the monies. Although this could be a lengthy process, it is generally about a year of prep work and then getting all of the pieces in compliance. We do have a big team of folks working together on this to gather all of the required pieces for the review. So periodically, the next couple of months, we'll be bringing items requested in the review to the board for updates and approvals since the last time we've been reviewed. Examples of that are two things coming to you tonight: the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program Plan and the English Learner Master Plan. So you'll learn a lot along with us in these next couple of months. The second piece of news to share is we do have two charters that we authorize coming forward in the renewal process. So over the next few months, Blue Oak and Wildflower will be in their charter renewal process. Heather Cifuentes is leading our team as we work with Blue Oak and Wildflower. So the renewals are a 3-month process. They will be here tonight. I know you will hear from them shortly, and next month you'll get a chance to hear a little bit more about their programs. And the third month of the process is a public hearing and a request for the board approval. So that's just a quick synopsis. If you have any questions or need any more information, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. And then I wanted to put a couple of dates on your radar. The first one is BCOE has CTE programs for adults, and they're having an open house at the Carmichael building, which is over there behind the old, I think it was an old Blueberry Twist at one time, whatever that right there by the, you know what I'm talking, by Calskate, thank you, yes, I was trying to come up with something. And in any case, they're having it February 6th from 9 to 11, it's in the morning, but they're having all their CTE programs on display, which is kind of cool. And then also May 11th, 4 o'clock, is the CUTA retiree recognition. I'm looking at Charlie, May 11th, right? Okay, so May 11th, 4 o'clock, and that's at the Masonic Lodge. At least that's the information we have of today, but I'm just getting that on your radar because that's, you know, how things book up. And the final thing is, I just want to share that Nora Hunter, one of our employees, music teacher, was awarded the Northern California Educator of the Year Award from CMEA. CMEA is the California Music Educators Association, so that's pretty cool. So just wanted to give you that heads up, and congratulations. Nora, I'm sure you're listening online, so congratulations to you. In any case, that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to be moving along to items from the floor. Items from the floor for speakers who wish to address the board regarding a topic that is not currently on the agenda. So at this time, we'll take public comment from speakers who wish to address the board for topics that are not on the agenda for this meeting. As a reminder, the speakers will have 3 minutes to address the board. A buzzer will sound when 30 seconds of speaking time remains. The board is able to listen to public comment, but we will not be responding to any speakers under items from the floor. So we have 2 speakers who have already requested to speak. And the first one is Tom Hicks. So if you could come to the podium, Tom. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Hicks, and I'm the director of Wildflower Open Classroom. And I am here this evening representing Wildflower and submitting our charter petition for renewal. So thank you. I look forward to working with you guys and, thank you. Thanks. Look forward to working with the board and your staff on our charter renewal. Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
And I'm Susan Dominigany from Blue Oak Charter School, which you are also accepting our request for renewal tonight. And we thank you for your support over the years for Blue Oak and the charter schools in general. And we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. So those were the 2 speakers, but we do have time remaining. So if there's anyone from the audience, and can you please introduce yourself also?
Hello, I am Hello, I am Alex Wood. I am a senior at Pleasant Valley High School. I am here to address the fact that we are currently seeing the life science and physical science classes, the lower level ones, removed, where all we have left is biology and chemistry. 2 upper level classes, right? These are the classes that are right below AP level. And I have spoken with teachers, I have spoken with teachers' aides, and I have spoken with classroom aides. And the comments are unanimous. Every single one of them disagrees with the idea that we should be removing these lower level classrooms. There are kids who are capable of mastering the biology and chemistry material given the amount of time, and there are kids who cannot. And unfortunately, removing these lower level classes means that you're going to have a lot of kids who are going to fail. You're going to have a lot of kids who are going to be pushed beyond their educational abilities, and you are going to have a lot of kids who are going to have to be relying a lot more on supports, which could overburden those supports. And so I am here to request that the lower level life science class and lower level physical science class, for example, Earth and Space, be reinstated and not removed, just for the welfare of the kids and for the welfare of the teachers, of not having to teach massive classes. Because again, you know, like I did biology, I did chemistry, but there are kids who can't do biology and can't do chemistry, but still want to graduate, still want to go to college, and we need college prep classes that aren't biology and that aren't chemistry, because not every kid is wants to do those classes or is able to do those classes. Maybe they're stronger in English, and that's perfectly okay. And I think that we need to create a pathway for them. Okay, thank you. I yield my time, I think. No, I think I've made myself clear.
Thank you so much for sharing. Are there any other speakers that would like to speak on items from the floor? Okay. At this time, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Are there any questions from the board, technical questions for clarification regarding the consent calendar? Would anyone like to pull a consent item for further discussion at this time? Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move approval.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, this will be our first vote of the evening. Let's start with Trustee Robinson.
Robinson, aye.
Lando, aye.
Conkin, aye.
Olson, aye.
Hayes, aye. All right, so that's unanimous. We approve the consent calendar with a unanimous vote. All right, moving along to general, let's see. At this time, I want to
Number 9.
Yeah, okay. Moving along to the discussion action calendar. We're on 9A, and this is discussion action. We're going to be talking tonight about the Chico Unified School District Expanded Learning Opportunity Program plan for the 2025-26 year, and Heather Cifuentes is going to be doing that presentation at this time. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for having us. Tonight you have received a copy of the Expanded Learning Program master plan in a sense, and what has changed in it is our plan has grown because our program has grown. So there were some adjustments that we needed to make to better reflect what is offered in each of our programs. The Expanded Learning Opportunity serves as the primary funding source for our after-school program. And we wanted to make sure that we had a full scope of what the programs were and what the services are that are offered in it. So the updated program plan outlines the staffing structures, the core program components, safety protocols, community partnerships, and expanded learning opportunities for our students. And we bring it to you because when we make updates on it, we need to make sure that you are in the know as well and give us the approval to move forward.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Does the board have any technical questions for clarification purposes? All right, and do we have any public comment at this time? Seeing none, does the board have a motion associated with this? Any motion?
I'll motion to approve.
I will second that. Do we have any discussion regarding this? Oh, sorry.
Yes, Director, the one I can't pronounce.
It's okay. 3 syllables. Cifuentes.
Okay, thank you. How many, the programs I'm familiar with, BLAST, Homework Heroes, the enrichment groups, how many students do we have in total in those support groups?
I'm happy to answer that. I thought that may come up. So in our BLAST after-school program, which serves our students 1st through 5th grade, we have 1,176 students. In our BLAST, that is TK Kinder program, and TK is 221 students. Our Homework Heroes that we just recently started has 327 students. We also, with the ELOP, we offer a 6th grade program, and we have 206 6th graders. Our after-school enrichment groups that are in this we have 450 students participating. Our before school program, we have a daily average of 1,183 students. And then in addition to that, the ELOP serves 30 extra calendar days. And so we have a summer program and Saturday camps and a spring break camp as well.
Thank you. Are any of these students in a morning program and an afternoon program, so they double dip?
Absolutely, yes. So some start in the morning program and stay till 6 o'clock. Some come once a week to the morning program and have some breakfast with us. It just varies.
Thank you.
By the way, that was 3,563.
Thanks, I did not total.
I was at the LCAP student input meeting, and this is one of the things that the students had some positive feedback on, that they appreciated the help that was, happening in those programs.
Yes, it is a powerful program serving a lot of our students, and we have an excellent team in place that's running it.
I had a question on, does this program help to build ADA as well?
So we can on those 30 non-school days, so we're working on our process for collecting that.
And Heather, one thing that just came to my mind to share is in April, I believe, this is on the docket for a board workshop to learn more about the ELOP and after-school programs. So you'll hear more details at that time, which will be nice.
Any other discussion? All right, so we had a motion by, was that Tom? No,
You gave
Ellie.
me 10 seconds.
Oh,
I thought of
okay.
something. The funding, we've had several different funding source things materialize this, because BLAST used to be funded by one bucket, and now we have other buckets that are being filled. So how many funding sources do we have to put these programs together?
The majority of the funding for the program is coming through ELOP, but we do braid it with our ACES grant as well on some of our sites.
Terrific programs.
Any other discussion? All right, we had a motion by Vice President Olson and a second by Conkin. Let's go ahead. Our last vote was unanimous. So let's vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, this passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is information only. We'll be talking about career and technical education program updates. Tiffany Herringer is coming forward to do that at this time. Thank you, Tiffany.
Hi. So Greg asked me to come and give an update of our CTE programs. It's been a little bit of time since I've been here. This is a quick update. So you want to go ahead and start the slide? Do I have a clicker? Oh, it's right here. Awesome. Hero? Oh, all right. So our CTE programs have grown immensely over the last 4 to 5 years that I've been here. This is currently all of the pathways that we have at our 2 comprehensive high schools. So it includes a lot of variety in agriculture, a lot of arts, ceramic arts, digital arts, glass design. We have floral design, engineering, architecture, education, child development, patient care, ornamental horticulture. And then we also have public safety and culinary at Pleasant Valley. So there's a lot of variety that we have at our 2 high schools, and we are also expanding into Fairview as well. So this is currently what we have this school year. By the way, if you have any questions as I'm going, yeah.
Of course I have questions. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think through Greg, I was interested in having this. Partnerships, and I know there's a slide that talks about your partnerships, but partnerships with local commercial entities, businesses and things. How are we doing with developing those relationships with partnerships so that the kids are getting, dual input into how to successfully not only complete their CTE, but come out of that so that employers are wanting and waiting, as they are in some of, I know in some of our programs, employers can hardly wait for them to get out of the CTE program so they can hire them.
Right.
How is that growing?
So it kind of depends on the pathway. So some are just naturally, it's easier to find partners. For example, education, we partner within our own district so they can go in and be student aides in the classrooms. Our medical pathways, though, have a great relationship with INLO, and they do job shadows there and then other medical offices throughout town. And then some of our other ones, it's just a little bit harder to get partners with the same kind of scale that we have. So we have a lot of students, and there may not be as many businesses around here. But every pathway does have an advisory board that has people from the industry come and give advice to the teachers on what is the trends that they need in their industry and what they should be teaching. So it varies. Like I said, some get to do job shadows, and some have input from people from the industry. So it's kind of all over the place, but we are always looking at how to expand. We do have also a program called Pathful, which is used to be called Virtual Job Shadow, where we can do virtual meetings with industry people if they can't come into the classroom or the students can't get out to the job sites. So a lot on our partners, but yeah, always looking at new partners that we can get.
I think it has to do a lot, excuse me, with location. I know I listened to a presentation at our California School Boards Association conference about the partnership issue. And it was a Fresno school district that had the advantage of being close to a Honda manufacturing and training resource. And so they were able to get the CTE students actually certified through their CTE programs. Are we so far away from those types of industry resources that it's kind of not?
Yeah, it does make it a lot more challenging in rural California, Northern California. That's difficult.
To a point of correction, actually, it's Dan Briggs at Orville High School, so this isn't about a rural issue. That he had the Honda, he has that program, is at Orville High School, and so this isn't about, Chico has far more resources than Orville in some ways. A bigger student population, a bigger population of the community. So, but definitely, I'm hoping that within CTE, that you're reaching out to other CTE programs, both through, BCOE and other providers, because it would be great if our students were able to get Honda certified. That would be fabulous. But I know that, Dan has built that program, and I know that that's not an easy task to do.
And when you talk Honda, are you talking about an auto program?
Yes.
Well, that's one of the big challenges. We don't have an auto program.
Yeah.
And we don't have a facility or a campus that could host an auto program. So what we're doing instead is we've partnered with Butte College, and we're doing dual enrollment. So our students, we're piloting this with Fairview. We have a group of students that are being taken to Butte College to do their auto shop lab, and then they're doing asynchronous work on campus. So we're working around those challenges as well. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So with that in mind, this is what is in the works for changes for next school year. Chico High is creating a marketing and an entrepreneurship pathways. You guys just approved the classes for those tonight. We also have our theater programs at Chico High and PV are looking at incorporating CTE into their programs, much like our art classes did. And that's really just shifting to be more career-oriented and industry, teaching kids how they can take what they're learning and apply it to a job. So that is changes happening. We have robotics and computer science that's also going to be started at Pleasant Valley High School through one of our Golden State Pathway Programs grants. At Fairview, we have a welding teacher now, so we actually have a full-on CTE pathway at Fairview. And then we're still working on residential construction pathway. The hardest challenge with Fairview is credentialing. That's the biggest thing. You have to be CTE credentialed to be able to teach a CTE class and for it to count as a CTE class. So that's where we struggle to get people and get classes at those programs. And then the middle school, you can see we're starting to do some career exploration down there too.
Question on the credentialing. Do they still utilize community experience, job experience as part of the credentialing program? I know that was a gift a few years ago, so it's still happening that they get, fantastic.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
three years of experience is what is required, but it is a recency issue. It has to be within the last 10 years. So a lot of people say they have experience, but it was so far long ago that it doesn't count for the credential. Yeah. This is data for the next couple of slides. This is our completion rate. This is the percentage of our seniors that graduated with as a CTE completer. You see that the growth from 2020 to now, we're at nearly 30% of our seniors are CTE completers. We're also up in every single one of our special populations. Especially proud of the students with disabilities. 26% of our seniors that graduated last year were CTE completers. But again, every category we're up in that. This is graduation rates. This is for the statewide graduation. It has all the different demographics, and then how CTE students and CTE completers compare to the average. So in every single category, those who were CTE completers had a higher amount or higher rate of graduation than the state average. And that is the same with our own students. So our own students, the state target is 91% graduation rate. In every single one of our categories, the graduation rate is above that. So, and then in a few years, we were at 100% across the board for our CTE completers in their graduation rates. So when people ask, why is it important for CTE? What's the importance for CTE is getting kids to school and getting them to graduate. We also see higher rates in their test scores in the science, math, and English tests. So our overall rate is above the state target. We're also above in several of our other categories. For reading, mathematics, which is hard, so a couple of our categories are a little bit low, but mathematics is one we struggle with, the entire state struggles with. But again, overall, we're above the state target. And in science, we are above the state target in every single category of our students.
I'm sorry, me again. The students that are graduating CTE, do we measure after they've left us their employability? Again, one of my concerns is students being able to leave our programs with job skills.
Yeah, we do a postgraduate. I'm actually just compiling the data right now for postgraduate follow-up. It is a challenge to get kids to respond to an email from a school once they've graduated, but we do a follow-up with them and see where they have gone, because that is required data. So this is where kind of this stuff comes from. With Perkins, they require us to do follow-up and submit that data to them. And a lot of this is possible because of the work that we do in grant writing. So these are all of our current active grants that are related to CTE. So we have strong workforce around 6, 7, and now 8. And those are various different specific projects. We have our CTIG or CTE incentive grant for 24-25, and then we just got awarded 25-26. We have Perkins annually. This year it was $152,000. And then we have 3 specialty grants with Golden State Pathways for our horticulture computers programs at PV, our patient care and child development pathways at Chico High, and then a special STEM grant that is going to be renovating the entire science building with that STEM grant. And then we have 2 other grants, middle school foundations, and then a dual enrollment grant. So a lot of grants to manage. It's fun.
Does this CTE completer, does that constitute they've completed one course or 1 year?
That's a great question. It is 2 courses, and they have to have graduated with a C- or better. So they have to complete a sequence of courses and with a passing grade. Yeah.
I have 2 things.
Yeah.
I would love to see I'd love to see more at Fairview, but I know that that's a challenge, especially with their small population. But I would love to see more, for lack of a better term, blue-collar CTE classes, plumbing. I know that there is some electrical work, anything to do with construction, just for those kids that would just float their boat. Like, that's what they would be into. And I don't feel like we have enough for students who aren't going to go off to a 4-year college. So as a way to meet their needs. And then this is just probably more of a personal question. I do know that at the high schools in the special ed programs, they offer diversified occupations. What would need to happen for that, or could it be a CTE pathway?
It again goes down to credentialing. So they have to have a CTE credential in order for it to be coded a CTE class in CalPADS. So it comes down to that credential.
Okay.
The only other option would be to co-teach with a teacher that has a credential.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Kind of a comment / question. I think what I'm most impressed by is the CTE completers and their rate of graduation. I think that's commendable. And I guess I would ask, do you attribute that to being they're just generally more excited and interested in being in school and attending?
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. If you give a kid a reason to come to school, then they will come to school.
Yeah.
And that CTE fills that for a lot of kids.
Yeah, it's apparent with the graduation rates.
And I'm going to piggyback off of that, because I think you've done the list of CTEs that we used to have in the district was like this, and now it's like this. So hats off to all of the work that everybody that's involved in that is doing to make that happen. I do want to acknowledge that. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. And that was information only, so no action this evening. We are going to be moving on to a discussion action item, though. We'll be talking about Chico Unified School District, the master plan presented tonight by Pedro Caldera.
Well, good evening, board. I'm going to start off with a quick fact. 29 years ago, I started as an ELD ELD teacher in Chico Unified School District at Chico High School. I can tell you there was no district English learner plan back in the day. So, I mean, talk about where we're at now. It's pretty impressive. So with that, let me get right to it. The California Department of Education requires local educational agencies, or LEAs, to develop an English learner master plan that is reviewed and approved by you, the district governing board, and informed also by the District English Learner Advisory Committee, so formerly known as DLAC. By the way, the meeting's tomorrow. down at the district office, LCR at 5:30, if you'd like to attend. This plan aligns with the California English Learners Roadmap and ensures that programs for English learners are implemented, monitored, and updated to provide access to both English language development and core curriculum. With this, I do want to point out a couple of highlights. DLAC, of course, the District English Learner Advisory Committee, advises the governing board on the development of the district master plan and the district-wide needs assessment and program goals. The EL roadmap alignment, well, the master plan incorporates the California English Learner Roadmap principles, which are adopted by the State Board of Education, which focus on fostering research-based, equitable, and coherent education for multilingual learners. Additional components are, for example, EL identification, annual assessment procedures, reclassification criteria, parent notification protocols, and professional development for our staff, which is always ongoing. Integration with the LCAP also. So our goals are generally integrated within the LCAP plan, our local control and accountability plan, to ensure alignment with state priorities. And it also serves as a foundational document for compliance with state and federal regulations, particularly in providing language instruction and access to grade level standards. So with that, I leave it to you.
Thank you. Does our board have any questions? Pedro tonight?
I think my job has turned into the ask question person. Pedro, the funding that results or doesn't result, that goes into, I'm concerned about the in-service trainings and things that are so important to get these programs strong. If they are competing, the trainings, are they competing with the few days before school where our staff is all going through? And the reason why I'm asking this is that further on in our process tonight, we have approval of a lot of board policy things, and so many of those refer to in-service trainings and things. And I'm in my head calculating, I know.
There could be definitely a lot of training. To answer your question, we do take into consideration the potential for there to be competition with regards to time. I can tell you that we do work with our English learner coordinators, and we look for times that are outside of windows where our English language EL teachers can take half days and or full days to get additional training. So it's usually not during district-wide staff development days, and also not in conflict with any other trainings that might be out there.
Okay, you're looking at it, then, that's my concern, is we've got so many demands on training for our staff, both certificated and classified, that, brain overload.
Yeah.
But it's important stuff.
It
I mean,
is.
it's not that
It
I'm
is.
complaining that we're doing the training, it's just that I'm complaining about all the training.
EL training is not the only training. There's definitely a lot out there.
And Pedro, and I'm looking to you guys because you'll be able to help me out with this. Tina, I think maybe mostly you, but there was one focus in math classes to make them more get up and move.
Correct.
Right?
Building thinking classrooms.
Which is an EL, which is a strategy that.
It is.
So even though they're going for this training for this specific thing, the benefit to all students, including ELD students, because it is a strategy. So oftentimes you can find you're going to a training, but it's not just for that because it incorporates
It's interesting.
many populations.
You're 100% right. And just for a little brief history, that total physical response strategy is actually over 40 years old. The only difference is that it wasn't implemented in a math class. It was usually implemented in a language learning class, so Spanish, ELD, so on and so forth. But now that strategy, because it's an effective strategy, is being implemented within math curriculum.
This is a specific question, and it's okay if you don't know this off the top. I was just trying to, in the plan, I couldn't locate, and maybe it's there and I just didn't see it. I know that there's ed code about if a student is has only been in the country X number of days, you know, they can have more EL classes than what is typically allowed, especially like at a high school level. That, you know, I know that you can only have a certain number of EL classes, if I'm remembering correctly. That not your whole day could be English learner development classes. And I just wondered if we see that often, where we're having to accommodate like new language learners, or, you know, to our
I can
district.
tell you that the school sites are always very supportive of students that are coming to our schools with a limited amount of English proficiency. And so do they adjust schedules to meet their needs? Absolutely. But they also work within the constructs of the school day, meaning we can't offer 6 periods of EL, of ELD, English language development, but we can support the student. So, and that looks different at every single school site, depending upon the population of English language learners at each specific school. Some schools have more support because there's more students there, while some other schools do not because there's less amount of students there.
All right. Do we have any public comment at this time? Okay. Do we have a motion associated?
I motion approval.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Member Hayes and a second by Member Lando. Let's go ahead and vote. We can just vote at this time since we've been unanimous. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? All right, this passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving along to business. This is also a discussion action item. We have a presentation tonight by Charisse.
Hi, good
Thank
evening,
you.
Board. All right, so before you for your approval is the 2024-25 Independent Financial Audit. I know this seems a little bit late in the year to still be talking about 24-25, but the deadline was in December, so we received our audit and are now presenting. As a school district, we're required to contract with an external audit firm each year. Our 2024-25 audit was completed by a local firm, Horton McNulty and Saturn, or HM&S, and this was our 6th year working with their team. As a part of the annual audit, HM&S visited our district office during the summer for the first round of testing. Then they come to our school sites during September and finally return to complete the financial review in October. During these visits, the auditors look at the dollars we've spent, the funding we received, and also our compliance with local, state, and federal guidelines. The testing completed during these visits takes a lot of coordination amongst Chico Unified staff to gather requested documentation and provide it to the auditors in a timely manner. So I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone in Chico Unified that helped out with that process. Since it's a large document, I wanted to move forward. We usually tend to focus on the findings portion, which starts on page 101 of the audit of the attachment. As a part of the 2024-25 review, we had 4 audit findings. 2 were compliance only with no fiscal impact, and 2 had a fiscal impact to our financial statement. The first compliance only finding dealt with internal controls in our Associated Student Body, or ASB funds. During the 2024-25 school year, a lot of Chico Unified staff participated in a training that was held by California Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, or FICMAT, that focused on ASB best practices. We're confident that this will help our secondary school sites to make the necessary changes and ensure compliance going forward. The second compliance-only finding was due to a change in requirements under the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. and has already been addressed with a change in process, which was enacted by our after-school program in October of 2025. In regards to the 2 audit findings that had fiscal impacts, the first was due to an early enrollment student in one of our transitional kindergarten classes in early 2024-25, which resulted in a decrease of revenue of approximately $51,000. And our district education services department has addressed this issue. The second finding that impacted our 2024-25 financial statements was due to a formulaic error in our average daily attendance, or ADA, calculation that we complete, which actually helped us. So it was an increase in ADA of approximately 26, which will actually result in approximately $296,000. So it helped us out in the long run. The calculation has been fixed in our spreadsheet, and we're confident we will not have this error going forward. On page 1 of the audit report, HM&S states that after completing the review, they feel even with these audit findings that Chico Unified's financial statements present fairly and are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Any questions?
Does the public have any comment? This is, oh, go ahead.
Holding up my end of the bargain. The last thing you commented on before you moved, I'm Italian.
You're okay.
Before you moved into was the finding that got us financial
adjustments.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Can you run through that one again? What happened?
Is it the one in regards to Expanded Learning Opportunities Program? Or
No.
the ASB?
That one.
The ASB?
Yes.
So there were a couple of, when they do testing at all 5 of our school sites, 6 really, that have ASB accounts as of right now, they had one that had a, out of the 4 disbursements or checks that were cut, there weren't the proper pre-approvals. So we've already spoken with the principal and the accounting technician at that school site. She was unfortunately on maternity leave last year, so the school was trying really hard to keep everything moving forward, and unfortunately there were errors while she was out.
And the adjustment that was made?
There's no financial adjustment.
No, but process adjustment.
Oh, so what we did is we took a lot of staff, so from every secondary school site, their principal, their activities director, and their accounting technician went to a training last November that was held by what's called FICMAT.
FICMAT,
Yep.
right.
Who they create the manual that basically is our guidance on how ASB is supposed to run. So they completed a training midway through last year, and unfortunately, because it was midway through, some of these errors had already occurred. So now that our principals, we have a lot of principals who have been newer and haven't been able to attend a FICMAT training yet. So we're hopeful, very, very, very hopeful, and we've discussed with all of our principals the importance of maintaining all of the ASB regulations.
Yes, going back as many years as I go back, this was one of the major problems, always, not at every school, but every year.
Yeah.
And exactly what you explained was the reasons why, and it looks as though we've learned better about getting the training in place.
Yes.
for
And we
people.
tried for a couple of years to pair up with FICMAT. Unfortunately, we heard back from them they didn't have availabilities for a while.
Yep.
Luckily, Butte County kind of took the lead finally about a year ago and decided to get a county-wide training going. So I think that's why they were finally able to find the availability.
Thank you.
Yes,
It's a headache
it is.
because there
It's
are
a lot of compliance.
so many different people involved in trying to use those resources for their athletics and their, never mind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My question, so if I'm reading this correctly, basically the TK issue ended up being because we were dividing by a wrong number?
No, so that was the average daily attendance one had to do with a formulaic issue. The TK finding had to do with an early enrollment student. So it was a student that was enrolled before they turned 4, in essence, in early 24-25. So when you have an early enrollment student in TK, it changes our ratios. And
Well, that was the rate, that was what I was saying is that.
Oh, I see.
Looking,
Yes.
it looks like it should have been the divide, it was the 10-1
Yes.
instead of 11-1.
correct.
Yeah,
It changes
so
the
it-
requirements basically in the classroom itself. I see,
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, okay. And that was just because of that one?
That one
was
student,
it.
yep,
So on
unfortunately.
that, so is there a means by which, I mean, obviously, this child was enrolled before they were 4.
Right.
So what usually, I mean, how often does that happen? And
This was the first time, as far as I know, that it's happened. The good thing is I spoke with our Ed Services team today. They've put some other processes in place as far as Google Forms. And also the birth date has moved up in 25, 26. So
right, to September 1, I think?
yeah. So we're very hopeful that we've put processes in place so that this will not happen again.
Right. Additionally, it's a triple check from 3 different people in different ways to make sure that it doesn't happen again. This one was unfortunate, it was caught in the fall. The student happened to live across the street from the school and loved the school, was early enrolled. So it was a I think it was probably best for the student.
Well, that's really
And,
kind of.
and we have our processes tightened up because of it, yes.
Yeah, because I think, like, so I have a sister born in November, and my mom literally went to the state of Tennessee to say, you have to move, you can't have her not be able to start kindergarten. She has to be able to start. I mean, she lobbied and got the law changed. And I think I can imagine that there are also children born after September 1 that, I mean, because September 1 is so early in the year. Like, what do we do for those parents of children who really are ready for TK, but they're not 4 by September 1? Like, what are their, what can we do? Wait.
They wait, and we also, I would say, offer to our state preschool program as well is an option for folks that are in that phase, of all-day enrichment and great activities with kids until they turn 4.
But that's based on income.
It is.
So
Yeah.
you could be income
We can
ineligible.
hope that the student may fit in there, but yeah, and I think too that's added to some confusion is the date, as was mentioned, has moved back in recent years, and it's very confusing even for me. I have to write it down for a long, to follow it sometimes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we already asked the public for comment, but just to make sure, no public comment. Okay. Is there a motion at this time?
Sure, I will move to adopt the independent financial audit for 24-25.
I'll second.
All right. Let's go ahead and vote at this time. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, this
Thank you.
passes. Thank you. Okay, Julie Kissel's coming up right now. We're going to be talking, this again is a discussion action item, and this is the Measure C Charter School Project Application Review Process.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Tonight, you have in front of you the most recent application for the Measure C 65% charter funding, facility funding pot of money. You have received an updated application and backup documentation from Blue Oak Charter School for a request for the remaining funds, the balance of the fund at $1,001,000. Just a couple of notes on the application. There is changes to the application that clarify some of the items on the rubric, and you can see that their score increased from their other application to 6.0 increase. There was acknowledgement in the application that there's a need to right-size their project, that, right-sizing the facility to their current needs and their proposed student population, which was a positive remark. There's still a funding, secured funding deficit. They've been trying very hard to secure funding. They have secured, if approved tonight, almost half of the 22 million required. And their project is dependent on, or funding is dependent on the passage of Proposition 2 approval for their project. And they are awaiting a reply from the state on that application. I can open it up at this time for any questions that you might have.
I just have a question on item number 6 and how that one was scored 22 out of a 0 to 20.
Oh, sorry about that. You're correct. Should have been 20.
Oh, 20? Okay.
Yeah.
And that's probably
That's the
reflected in the
highest
90
score.
score?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't add up all of them, but thanks.
Thank you.
I thought it was extra credit or something.
Yeah, exceptionally well.
Do you know when Prop 2 funding happens?
From what I've heard from the funding consultant that the district works with, as well as Blue Oak is working with, they should have answers in April, late March, mid-April.
Go, please.
Thank you. Julie, do we know the amount of funding that we're waiting to hear word on in that April competition?
I do not know that amount. I believe it is a high amount of 17 million. Is that correct, Tricia? The amount of Proposition 2 funding.
Yeah, right now it's estimated at
$17,433,000.
So, Julie, I don't know how much, and I'm sorry for not prepping you for this question. I don't know a lot about the OPSC program for scoring those requests for Prop 2 funding. I know, is it all or nothing? Like either the applicant will get 17 or they'll get nothing at all, or do they scale those depending on?
So I think if approved by OPSC, it would be approved for that maximum amount. They wouldn't have to take it all if they didn't need it all. But they wouldn't fund just a portion of the project.
Okay.
It's all or nothing on that side.
And the applicants were kind enough to forward us some documentation, so we got to see the score that we received back from the OPSC. And the only area where there was a relatively low score was in whether they had an existing district facility. And I get they're not in an existing district facility right now, but do you know anything about how that particular scoring category works?
I'm sorry, I don't. I'm not really familiar with the charter school funding
I
program.
spent the afternoon kind of poking through the OPSC website, but I couldn't figure out what that was about.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Tricia with the board member at Blue Oak. So I've only sat on the webinars for Prop 2, so that's my only knowledge on that. So it's if you're remodeling a current district site using Prop 2 funds is how I understand that scoring category. So we're not taking a district property and rehabbing it, so that's why we don't get any points on that.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense. The state would want to invest their money in a state property, right, that they already have. So that makes sense. It would get more priority points.
Do we have any, I know there's a lot of information and we may still probably come up with questions, but any questions before we open it up to the floor from the board? All right, okay. Any comments from the floor, I should say, not questions, but comments?
My turn.
Thank
Susan
you.
Dominigini again.
Thank you.
I appreciated the posting on the agenda of the rubric in our work today, so it was very good to be able to look at that rubric. I wanted to bring up one issue with the funding. As we look for loans, for example, that is very difficult. I was told this a couple years ago. Because our charter is being renewed right now, we're often not open to some of the different funding sources. So once our charter is renewed, we may see some changes in what's available to us, and I wanted to add that to the scoring. I was not sure that that was understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for considering this once again.
All right. So at this time, is there a board member that would like to make a motion associated with this? Would you like to also make a comment? I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
That's okay.
Okay.
I just was clarifying something with Susan. So just as a point, I know it's not stated in here, but because we know we don't have official word on Prop 2, we did score relatively high per King's Consulting. They feel very confident in the score that we received for our preference points. Obviously, we don't know what the other schools have scored, but based on the rounds that go through, right, we're positioned well from like our region and our school size, as well as they go through and disperse those funds. So I wanted to make sure I pointed that out. We also, let's say we don't get Prop 2, which we feel really good about that. We do have a backup plan as far as, right, we would maybe use modular units that are, portable kind of style, and we could put those on the site to make it still a home for us if we were able to get this additional $1 million. That will kind of bridge that gap to allow us that backup plan if we don't get Prop 2, and then go forward with future funding, either through Chico Unified that comes out or through the state, to then do a phasing plan later on. So we have kind of thought through that if we don't get Prop 2, but this $1 million will really help us do that backup plan. So.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the floor? Okay. All right. I'll give the board just a moment if they want to bring a motion in regards to this agenda item.
I would like to bring a motion. For me, I'd like to hold off on this decision. I don't know if that's called tabling this decision. I don't know what the proper term is. I feel like there's just too many what-ifs right now, and if we could wait until there's more definitive answers regarding guarantees on other funding that is being sought out, and we had a definitive answer, then we can move forward from there.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I want to make sure I word this correctly. There's a motion right now by Vice President Olson and a second by Tisha Hayes to basically place on hold this decision to approve the $1,001,000 until it's known whether the Proposition 2 money is granted. Is that like a contingency or just a place on hold?
Well, I don't know. I just place on hold. There's seeking Prop 2 funds, and then the potential for needing a loan as well. So until there's definitive information on whether those have been achieved.
And that would be in April, correct?
It sounds like March.
April?
Late March, early April.
Okay. Does the wording sound correct on that? Okay.
So essentially, you're tabling until we find out the Prop 2 funding? Yes. Right? Just making sure. Triple checking.
I guess for me, it's not just the Prop 2 funding, because Prop 2 may or may not be enough, and there may be a need for an additional loan,
Okay.
right?
So overall, the overall funding situation for them.
Overall funding situation, yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. Any clarification is awesome.
Okay, so with Prop 2, it's a 50-50 match, right? So they provide, like, based on our school, they're saying, okay, 17,433,000. But then if you get Prop 2, and Julie, you correct me if I'm speaking incorrectly, then they offer you a loan for the match. So I broke down in our application, you can see kind of, I think it's like page 3. Prop 2 would be the 17,433,000. That's what they would award us. And then we have the Measure C, Measure K funds, right, including the $1 million we're requesting tonight. And then the CSFA loan. That loan, it comes from the state. If you get Prop 2, you're not guaranteed that, right? We still have to go through the financial soundness, but they provide that loan to make that 50-50 match to then get us to the, like 32 million or something like that for that. Does that help clarify?
It did, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so it would only be like if we didn't get Prop 2, then we'd have to go more to like the private sector to
Sure.
find funding. But if we were
It's an easier step if you get Prop 2.
It's easier and more affordable because the interest
Okay.
rate is much lower
Okay.
than if you were going to the private sector.
Thank you, that does
Okay.
clarify a lot for me, thank you.
So the only other thing while I'm up here is I would clarify is, so I talked about, right, the backup plan, right, that we have. So part of our struggle right now is, like, we've submitted for Prop 39, right, because the site that we're in is just, it's too expensive for us, right? It's deteriorating, deferred maintenance, and it's the lease, the amount of rent is like $55,000 a month, right? We can't afford that. So we've making some steps to lower our footprint and sharing that with our landlord. So that's starting here soon. Our landlord really wants us out of the site because somebody else is trying to take over the site, and that is in the best interest of us as well as them. So we've submitted the Prop 39 request. We're still working through that with Chico Unified, and we'll get a response back February 1st on that. But with the amount of space, right, that you guys have available for us to move into, that is limited, right? And so that is a concern of ours, right? Like, where are we gonna be? Are we gonna be split up? And that's going to be at a detriment to our school and our students and the families that we serve. So part of that modular, and we're still working through this, you know, Julie and I have spoken about it, is our landlord is wanting us out August 1st, where we've made a request, August 1st of this year. We've made a request if we don't get a Prop 39 that is gonna be helpful for our students and our families, that we ask them to extend that to February of next year, which would give us a year. And we could move on to our current site with leased portables and live there temporarily while we built our new site. So we have, and that none of that's in here because we just voted on, we've just had this discussion last night at our board meeting. But we have run those numbers with RGA. I've spoke through it with Julie a little bit. I have been to the city of Chico. I did speak to somebody at the state today. So that seems like a feasible plan if the landlord agrees to extend our lease till February of 2027. So we would have the time to do the site work. And if we got this $1 million, then that would give us enough funds to achieve that, right? In lieu of the Prop 39 if the district isn't able to provide us something. So I just feel like that's really important information. Like that $1 million will make or break if we can do that, right? If we do not have that, then we will not be able to move there as a temporary solution within the next 8 to 12 months. So if we don't get Prop 2, that was already our backup plan. We were kind of running those numbers. It just may be a lot sooner, you know. So any questions on that?
Yes, can you clarify when you're saying modular, like, what does that look like? I mean, do you have any idea
Yeah,
right now?
yeah, so
of
we've
what that would look like?
We've spoken to Mobile Modular, so they're a company, they lease the modular buildings, so they're your standard 960 square foot, portable building that you see, like, I think at Inspire and Fairview and all of those places. So we would lease, they do a lease program, so we would lease them monthly. They do it from them. And they have, so restrooms, they have admin buildings, and then they have classrooms. So we would lease those to put those on that. They need a lead time, right, to get those scheduled, and that's why that August date is just not doable. So as long as we can get our landlord to extend it, we would love to be over there, right? But at our home is where we're going to stay, our permanent home, if we can make that happen.
So if you were able to do that, then how, like, further down, like, how long are you thinking that you'd be leasing?
The portables?
Before you'd be able to, like,
a lot
actually
of
construct what you're hoping to construct?
Yeah, I think that depends on, right, CDE site approval, like how long that process takes. So my understanding at this point, in talking to Julie and with the state, is if we're doing the leased portables as a temporary solution, we don't have to have the CDE site approval prior to putting those on there, because we're not using state funds for any of that. We're using our local measure funds and our local money. And so, the lease for the portables right now that we're looking at is 3 years, but I think that's going to change depending on the outcome of Prop 2 as well, right, which we'll hear in March or April. So
if you were to hear a positive
Mhm.
on the Prop 2, then you're saying you wouldn't do this?
Well, I think there's a couple of variables. It depends on what we get with Prop 39, right? And how that's going to serve our school, and if that's going to be, if we're going to be split up, right? Like, I don't know how much of a service that is to our kids and our families, or if, so I think there's a couple decisions. If we get Prop 2, then we may get awarded the funds in April, but we can't start drawing from those funds. Right, they have to then go out to bond sale, and I think that takes some time. I haven't done it, but from my understanding, I have it written down from the webinar with Erin, but I don't know the dates. I want to say it's like the following fall, maybe at the earliest, but more than likely the following spring is when you can actually draw funds from them, right? So we could be working on, like, our CDE site approval, because that takes time while we're waiting for those funds to be available for us to draw from Prop 2. Our architectural design, right, all of that's going to take time to go through. So that would be our plan, and then the construction after that. So our timeline on construction, right, best case scenario is 18 months, but it depends on how fast it takes us to get through DSA approval and the CDE site approval.
And just one last question. So
Yeah.
what does the lease amount to monthly? I'm just curious.
Currently, the current quote that we have right now with the number of classrooms, admin buildings, and bathrooms is $18,000 a month, give or take. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Which is substantially less than $54,000 a month. And we get to be over there with actually grass and not blacktop. I don't know if any of you guys have been to our school, but it's a lot of blacktop. So, and a creek, and in the location, right, like of Chico, where we can then start building enrollment, where we're going to stay permanently. So, any other questions before? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to, so we're still in the debate and discussion phase here. So in a second, I'm going to make a substitute motion for a couple of reasons. I want to go over those while we're debating the current motion, which is to punt until we know more about Prop 2. One is that we always make noise about being good stewards of public funds, and I think that extends not only to directly Chico Unified budget, but to how any state education money is being spent. And I I hate the amount of rent you guys pay. I think it's outrageous. And if we can pare that down, I think that's in our remit to try and do so. I also am frustrated that we've had to come back to this again and again, and I think we all have this money more or less earmarked for Blue Oak in some capacity. It will clearly improve their ability to make plans. We're all looking for stability and what's going to happen next. I think just saying, hey, this money is for getting you over there onto your site, lend some of that stability we're looking for, and we can be the first piece in that puzzle. I'm also concerned because in the past, this board has made decisions about this same pool of money by leaning heavily on what's going to impact Chico Unified students. The Prop 39 request that they're working on, I know it's still in the works. It's not good for students on Chico Unified sites because we're cramming students onto at least 2 other schools probably. That's not good for either our students or their students and the families. Given all that, I think that rather than continue to debate this again in 3 months, the wise thing to do would be to let them get on with getting, if nothing else, portable set for next year by just dedicating this money towards the plan that they've just outlined. So given all that, I would like to make a substitute motion to simply accept their application and allocate the $1,001,000 towards Blue Oak at this point.
Is there a second? I'll second it for the opportunity to discuss it more. I feel like some of this information we're hearing for the first time tonight, the information that you just shared. So it is ever-changing, and I understand that. And it's also like we don't have a lot of data in our hands, and I hear what you're saying, and I believe you, and I guess because it is such new information, I'm willing to kind of extend the timeline to see a little bit more of what that might look like in regards to the portables.
Just so everybody can hear me. So, I mean, and I don't know, like, if we come back at the February meeting and present those numbers, right, if that's, or, because I don't know what the rounds, I think the last round was December 30th for us. I don't know if there's other rounds for it. I would just, I would more love the opportunity to vet through that and present those numbers, right? Instead of going through the whole, because it is hard for us to plan. Like, we can't plan until we know, right? And the longer we wait to know if we have the money to do that portable solution, the less time we have to get over there, and it may not work, right? Like, so if so that is the challenge. It's like, plan, but you don't know how much money you have to plan. So it's been this like battle for the last 12 months. I feel like we've been like, build a school, but you don't know how much money you have to build a school. So,
and although I see $1 million as a lot of money, I also wonder, does $1 million really make
it will make
that
the difference in the
plan?
portable plan.
And I guess I would like to see that.
Yeah, and all I have is rough numbers from the architect at this point, that we, and I could, it's an email he sent to me, so it's not really like something, but that we did run through those numbers, right? He did say, like, this, your site work is about, $3.1 million, and then you're gonna have, like, your soft costs on top of that. Julie probably knows these terms and numbers better than I do. We're meeting with Julie tomorrow with the architect to kind of not vet this, but like site work and all of that out. And then it left us an extra about $700,000 to be able to pay, because there's one-time delivery fees for the portables to be delivered and set up, right? So to be able to have those delivered and set up, and then a little bit of contingency on that, and then the monthly rent would just be like we're paying now, right? Like, those funds aren't going for the monthly rent. That would just be like what we're paying now. So, but I totally understand, like, I am throwing this all at you guys, and you don't have like the data or like the plan in front of you as well. So
I appreciate Member Lando's motion, but there are things that I have concerns about. I do hear you in saying that I don't think right now, having Blue Oak students, put on Chico Unified property sites would be in the best interest of their students or the Chico Unified students. That being said, a lot of this hinges upon your landlord being willing to extend your lease until next February. And I have to say, it doesn't sound like they have the best landlords. You know, they don't have somebody that has they're charging a fortune and not taking care of the property. They sound like just the worst kind of landlord that you could end up with. And so if they have if I'm hearing them say that the landlord is wanting to push them out, I'm not certain that there's going to be some benevolence that allows them to stay until next February. So.
And I don't think they need to. If they have the funds now to start planning for next school year in portables, then that is a better outcome. We just spent, 10 years with Inspire once we had to share facilities with them, and costs just kept going up and up. If we can get them on a different site now before we have to go down that path again.
I don't think that that's what I heard them say, that they don't think that they can be there by August. So that isn't what I heard.
Thank you.
So the data that you do have is that millions of dollars of ADA-funded money coming into your district for your students has been spent on commercial property over the past 12 years. So it's about 600 right now, thousand a year that we have spent over the past 12 years. So know that what we're asking from you is to help us get to a better place. And yeah, I get, as Tricia said, this comes at us. This is, since last October, we've been scrambling to find a way to get to where we need to be. We do see a lot of really positive things about the new site that we were able to purchase, thanks also to Measure K, so that you also own the new site too. So it's very much a place where we can build the kind of Waldorf school that Chico deserves. We are feeling that as we're working through this extra $1,000,000 would allow us to get that plan in place. And yes, it is, we're in this process of figuring it out as we go along, and I understand that's not an easy place for you all to be. But we do really feel the commitment is there. I can't say publicly a lot of what's going on, but I do feel like we're getting a different kind of landlord, but they do partially because they have another renter that they want to rent to that will be better for them. So it's not that it's a negative overall. They're just not trying to kick us out. They're like, okay, we need to move forward. And I'm not going to present that here, exactly what's going on. But I do feel like they're open to us staying a little bit longer in order to get us to where we need to be. Neither they nor the new renter want bad things to happen to Blue Oak in the meantime of what they're doing. They don't want to go, oh gosh, we kicked them out of the building. So I do feel like it is really, 90% true. If you need 100%, you never get 100%. So yeah, I would like to see Blue Oak get that extra $1 million so we can go through with the plan, at least in temporary. Like you said, I think Inspire was in temporary housing for a very long time. Many of the other charters are also in some sort of temporary housing with modulars and so forth. So, this will be a really amazing move forward for a wonderful arts and nature program that is international in its accolades for this kind of a school. getting us out from under a $600,000 a year. Even though it'll be less now, it's still a lot of rent that we are paying, and that's all documented in the reports we give to Chico Unified every year. So nobody doesn't know that documentation. It is there, and the building is continuing to deteriorate, and more of our facilities time is spent on fixing toilets and patching leaks and fixing HVACs that are way too old to be fixed anymore. And I know you all have those same kind of building issues. It's not like we're saying we have building issues and you don't. We know that. But this could get us out of a place that really isn't fitting us and help the community beyond just the education program, and really bring you a truly Waldorf program. We have, so I'll say this one last thing. One of the things I've been thinking about lately is, we like to do nature walks. So our nature walks right now, because we used to go down to Lindo Channel, but we got homeless stuff going on there, so we don't take the kids down there. So they're walking around the parking lot of the school. That's their nature walk. The new location, their nature walk would be down a creek. We can get funding from the federal government on how to utilize, because even though it's a little creek, it does eventually go to the ocean. So there's grants and so forth that we could do to build our education program around being next to a creek, all this stuff. We can't do it until we get over there. So that's to support our request. Thank you.
Thank you. So just for clarification, if you had this extra $1 million allocated as of today, how soon would you be able to be in portables or in some kind of structure on the permanent site?
It would be 8 to 12 months. Yeah, so correct. It would not be August 1st. So I will add to your concern on the landlord, right? There's no guarantees on that. The challenge has been, right, we've been trying to move for a number of years, so I think we're all aware of that, and find a new home. So the landlord has had somebody that has wanted this facility for the number of years, and we keep saying, we're almost there, like, right? So part of their thing is, okay, like, we're gonna have to at some point draw a line. So if in the conversations that Susan's been having with them is if we have a plan where we can really be out by February, right? If we need that extra time to be out, they're open and they're okay with that. But if we're coming and saying, well, we thought we had a plan, so right, so they're aware that we're coming, we're asking for this, and we're with Prop 39. But if that doesn't work out, then this is another feasible plan. Then they're okay to extend that to us, and they're not necessarily saying you have to be out. They're just going to increase our rent if we're not out, right? So the requests that we've made is, don't increase our rent August 1st. Give us to March 1st before you do that rent increase back to us. And we're fully confident if we give them a plan, right? Because we haven't been able to give them an actual plan with dates when we would be out of that site, so they can now rent it to this other person. That they're very open and agreeable to that plan. Does that help? Okay, thanks.
So I'll be honest, one of the things that I was expecting to see in the December 30th version of the Blue Oak application was when we were speaking about this in November, that it was stated over and over that there could be there could be a scaled back version. It doesn't have to be 22 million. It could be 13 million. And we could make this work. And so seeing that the total project cost still coming in at 22 million, I guess I'm wondering what happened. Why is it that we don't, what happened in that? Like, that's what I'll just tell you, I was expecting to see, like, oh, we could make it work, and this is why this million could make that difference, because we have we've secured private finance, we've secured this, and we could go forth with X. And so I guess I'm perplexed by that.
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. So I think to answer it, so Prop 2, we got the feedback from Prop 2. So if we were to go out for private financing, you know, maybe we're going to get $5 or $6 million. So the amount that we received, right when we were saying those comments, that's when we were asking for, you know, $7 million of the Measure C funds, and we got 1.8 million. So that dramatically changes what we can bridge that gap with private financing due to the cost of that, right? So for us, it would be 5 to 6 million. Maybe we could go out and get private financing. So that doesn't give us enough to have a scaled back version unless it's just module portable buildings. So this topic has come about with the conversations that we've had with Julie and her team as a possible solution in lieu of Prop 39. That's how this option has come about. And that's just been really over the last couple of weeks, I would say 2 to 3 weeks. Right, we're trying to think outside the box as far as Prop 39 and how that impacts the district students and how it impacts our Blue Oak students. You know, so our school's 84% Chico Unified, lives in Chico Unified's district, right? We're not 15%. 84% of our kids are in Chico Unified's district. So that's why there's not another version of a $13 million, because the amount of money we received, the 1.8, it doesn't make the project feasible. So we are, you know, excited about Prop 2, and the outcome, you know, looks good based on our rubric scoring that we've received back from them. And then this, I'm sure Julie and Tina are never going to ask me to think outside the box again, because this is me then, you know, just like, oh, what if we throw portables over there? What if we, you know, so that's just us now coming up with another solution, given what we know about Prop 39 and what Chico Unified has to offer us. And then, right, having those conversations with the landlord, and so that's kind of where we're at. None of that was happening before the December 30th for us to have included in this application. So I know that's not really a solid answer, but, you know, that there isn't a, so yes, maybe there is a solution with portables as a more permanent fixture, you know, but when we didn't get the amount we were requesting in Measure C, that kind of eliminated that scaled back version that we were kind of talking about at that meeting. So,
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Quick question for you. Is this representative of, like, I'm assuming you did parent surveys and presented options that have been made available or that have been offered by Chico Unified in regards to purchasing property? I mean, the families have been aware of what the different options are, including portables, staying at the current location.
I guess maybe I need clarification, like for what our temporary solution is, like for next school year. Mm-hmm. We haven't done surveys yet. I mean, we've had discussions in our facilities committee as far as like here staying at our current site much longer is not an option. Like we can't afford that site. So that's not a long-term solution. So as of right now, that's, you know, August 1st, if we take the Prop 39 option and we're out for next school year. And then if it is not, then it's moving to the other site with portables. If we get this additional $1 million and the Prop 39 isn't a viable solution of, you know, where we're placed. So yes, the facilities committee has discussed it, but it hasn't been surveys, because I don't think we have, like, we need to know what we're, like, you know, it's like the chicken or the egg, you know, because if you bring it to the community and then, you know, so there's not a solid enough idea yet formed.
So I'll add a little bit to that. They are informed of what's going on. We have sent out parent square posts, and we have talked about it individually. And with groups of parents, have we actually done a survey? No. Part of that is that we're sort of in an emergency situation. We are looking at needing to be out of our building. We are looking at potentially moving to Prop 39. We're putting that placement in. So the community knows that we've done that. And then this is another option. There's really not well, maybe we want Prop 39. We really don't. So that's not, it's like that's an emergency. This is less of an emergency. Moving to the portables puts us where we want to be. I have presented to the staff that what we'd really love to be is at Little Chico Creek, because that would be right near where we're going to be. Well, I know that's not realistic, but you know, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. That would be great, but that's not going to happen. So moving to the site where we want to be, that's near the creek, that we can begin to work at Woodbury Park and on the park that they're putting on that side of the place, that's where it would not be perfect, but it would be a better place than where we are. And you know, there are a number of charters that really aren't in perfect facilities. They're doing, you know, what they can to keep things going. We're the only ones paying $50,000 a month. And if we don't get out of there in a decent amount of time, we're not going to be paying it short term because we've shrunk our space, but it will go right back up to $50,000 a month. Because right now they're giving us a discount for what a commercial building rent is. So, yeah, the community knows what we're doing. They know that we're talking about this. They know what the options are. Do we survey, hey, are you going to go to the new site with portables or squeeze in on a district site? The answer is they'd prefer to go to the portables. I know that even without doing a formal survey.
So again, it just really kind of goes back to Member Olson's, I think I know it's a substitute motion, and it's been, but really, the substitute motion is in reaction to the first motion, and the first motion was made, I think, because of the amount of uncertainty in all the different fundings, right? And whether or not it's in the district's best interest to go ahead and officially give this money to Blue Oak to do with what they wish. And I'm hearing Member Lando's concern that, and Blue Oak's concern that if they don't have this money, then they can't really plan on it. I get that, but it doesn't, the fact that they can't count on it doesn't negate the fact that there are so many things that we don't know right at this time. Chico Unified has not officially given the Prop 39 response, which will be February 1. We don't know how Blue Oak, whether or not Blue Oak, it does mean something to hear that King Consulting feels like you're well positioned. That's something that I didn't know, and so I think that's helpful to know. And nevertheless, we won't know officially whether you get Prop 2 funding until, you know, maybe April-ish. And so I guess Member Lando, is there something else that you would say that, I guess, to help me better understand
Yeah.
kind of the urgency and the, like, yeah.
Well, so, excuse me, I've got a little bit of a cold. If they get Prop 2, the extra $1 million already in the pocket will help them to have been doing planning and make a plan to get on the site as quickly as possible. If they don't get Prop 2, then the $1 million still helps them get onto that site more quickly in portables while they look for a longer-term financial solution to build the structure they want to. Or they take some kind of a Prop 39 offer, which again, we will hear about that from the families and students of whichever school or schools wind up suddenly sharing a site on relatively short notice. So either way, I think this, just allocating this money gets them to where they need to be and in a position to best serve both their students and ours, regardless of the outcome of the Prop 2.
Thank you.
I'll just add, with, I think that was well said. I appreciate the summary. Without this money, Prop 39 is our only option. So that is what we will do. It's enough of a difference to get us over there with portables that it will be too tight. And correct, if we get Prop 2, and I wish we had all of I wish we knew what Prop 39, if we knew what Prop 39 option was and we knew about Prop, it would be so much easier to present all of this to everybody and I would sleep at night. So if we get Prop 2, while we're waiting for that funding to be available, we can be working on CDE site approval. We have the funds to do that work, right? All of that's going to cost funds. Working on our architectural plans, working on all of those things, because that's going to take time. So this money will give us time to do that. We've already kind of presented that. And if we don't get Prop 2, then it gets us over there in the portable buildings, which no, of course we don't, that's not what we want, right? We want to be over there in a nice site that's going to suit our families the best. But without this, whatever, it is Prop 39. So that is the option, because we cannot stay and pay $55,000 a month in rent past, even, so that is where we're at.
Madam President, right now you have the floor open for discussion on the substitute motion, correct? Mr. Lando, could you restate your substitute motion, please?
Sure. The substitute motion was simply to accept Blue Oak's application and allocate the $1 million to them now.
To them now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, several things concern me. Well, yeah. It was stated that it would be at least 6 months, and probably 12, before any Blue Oak student could be in a facility that was funded, appropriated with the use of that $1,001,000. I have a memory about Prop 39s and what it would take, where our enrollment is and our loads are at our sites that match the grade levels that Blue Oak has, would involve, and tell me if I'm wrong here, administration, students that are currently Form 10 to a school that, that may, the likelihood that those would be canceled are pretty good. So we're facing a 6 to 12 month, which is the next school year, impacting about 110 families or more, depending on how the Prop 39 scooching around falls into place. I'm not likely to vote for that. I know what Form 10s, excuse me, not Form 11s, that's out of district, mean for families that have been Form 10'd into schools for, multiple years, and that siblings have followed their, into that same school, and that could be ended, at least for the next school year. I will not vote for that. I would,
So I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I believe that allocating this million now prevents that outcome.
I didn't hear anything at all that said that allocating that million now would do anything other than allow it to be spent on the property that's waiting.
Yeah, and they can stay in their current space until March of next year, which gives them time to.
That's an iffy.
It doesn't sound like it is. But if they get that, but that is the time at which, that's the 8 to 12 month window that would have the site with portables prepped and ready to go.
Ms. Kissel, 12 million, 12 months, the $1 million, portables needing to be purchased and moved, and all of the infrastructure that goes with that. Is that possible in 12 months with $1 million?
I don't think they're suggesting they do that with $1 million. I think
they're going to use
it
the
would
other.
supplement the dollars that they
And
have in order to do.
And they have
that.
7?
4.2 secured,
Okay.
yes.
So it'd be up to 5 after this extra one, which is enough to get them on there before they'd have to have it set properly.
5 million enough to get them on the property and opening a school in 12 months?
I think it's possible. We are going to be discussing that with Blue Oak's architectural firm and investigating the site work that would be necessary on the property to bring leased portables on. So you really are just talking about site work. Underground utilities for power and water and parking and circulation that is ADA compliant. And then, as Tricia was stating, the delivery of the modulars and setup. And then they would be paying the leases on the buildings.
On the new buildings.
Out of their regular operating funds, so that wouldn't be part of the construction cost, to my understanding.
Can you get those operating funds to their financial coffers if their students aren't attending their school, but they're Prop 39 in another school for a year?
I don't think the plan is to do both. So from what I've learned this evening from Susan and Tricia is that it's either Prop 39 or possibly this hybrid phase where they could get on their property that was purchased with Measure K in a portable campus by this time next year. And their landlord would allow them the time in their current facility in order to bridge the time from the beginning of the fall semester until they can move in to the phased facility.
Susan, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Do you have anything in writing or verbally or anything from your current landlord that said they'd be willing to go to March?
I do. I have an email. They have not signed a lease yet, so therefore I can't say it's guaranteed, but yes, I do. That we could stay through February. And we can stay beyond February if we need to, but our rent goes back up. So, if we absolutely can't get it done in a year and it takes 14 months, that might happen, and we're all aware of that. But what we have is a year.
What prevents you from allowing us access to that email?
Nothing. I can share it with you. I mean, I can't right now, but I'll gladly send it to you later.
And that email was communicated when?
Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah, it was Tuesday morning. So, I might have had another email the week before that said that they would likely do it, but the one that said they would do it was Tuesday, because they're also working with the people that are taking over the building. So we suggested it, they had to talk to somebody, they came back. It's real estate negotiation, so.
I have a question regarding Prop 39. So I know that the district has to respond to the Prop 39
February 1.
yeah, by February 1st. But then what? So after February 1st, what would the timeline look like? So if Prop 39 was the only thing that I'm hearing that it's either Prop 39 or, you know, we have to have the million. So walk me through what Prop 39 looks like. What are those timelines?
Sure. The charter school needed to request facilities under the Prop 39 law by before November 1st. And then there was a period of time where we discussed their methodology on their enrollment projections for the in-district students count at each grade level, which has already occurred. And the next step is for the district to provide a preliminary offer to the charter school, and that is February 1st. After that, and I don't have the dates in my memory banks, the charter school has a chance to respond to that preliminary offer, and then a final offer is made. Ultimately, May 1st, the charter school either accepts or rejects the offer. So it's a long process. It's sort of like a real estate negotiation. It goes back and forth. But once the process is started, once the district receives a request, we are obligated to pursue that process and the timelines that are involved. The only way to stop that process would be for us to mutually agree to an in lieu of Prop 39 agreement in writing. Otherwise, the process will just continue as is.
So that will have a definitive answer also by May 1.
Yes, May 1.
May I ask a question? Is that okay? So if, I wasn't sure about this, so the $1 million helps you get the portables on there next February. Totally clear. What happens if you get the Prop 2 money? Does the February portables go away and you don't do that, or you continue to do that anyway? Okay.
So I'm assuming that when you're meeting with architects tomorrow, Julie, that will be, that's what you're shooting for, is that you're wanting an architectural plan that will show portables on that site that's been purchased that allow for building a permanent structure by still being able to stay on that property.
Tomorrow, we're meeting regarding a phased temporary solution, not the
Correct.
permanent solution.
Right, but what I'm hearing being said is that the phased temporary solution the idea is that that is going to be set up in such a way as to allow for the permanent solution later without having to be moved from, I mean, kind of like what we're doing with Rosedale. Like, those students are going to stay in place until the time at which the new building is all ready to go, and then students will be switched over there. And so I guess is that what your intention is?
That's what I'm hearing tonight from Blue Oak. I think it would be our duty to flesh that out, that whether that is a possibility. It's a small site. So could a temporary facility be set up on a portion and then the permanent construction be constructed on the site at the same time, allowing the school to continue to operate in the leased modulars? We have a lot of homework to do to investigate those opportunities and challenges.
So if it's not in fact possible because there's just not physically enough, or I mean, if the architects say, yeah, that's not going to work, we're not going to be able to house the school and then build another school at the same time, then what happens to Blue Oak? Like, what's going to happen to that group then?
Well, I guess I would say similar to those kinds of challenging projects that we have at Chico Unified, we have to figure it out. We have to figure out how to make it work. Where students are, going to be.
Well, I guess what I'm
while
saying
we're-
is if that's the case, could we end up in another situation where a Prop 39 request is put forward and we're right back at Prop 39 because it's impossible to house Blue Oak and build Blue Oak?
I guess that is possible. Any charter in our district, except for Chico Country Day, Forest Ranch, and Nord, and now Inspire, can put in a Prop 39 request any November 1st. So it doesn't change their ability to do that if necessary, unless we come up with an agreement that they give up that ability for a number of years, which we have done in the past.
Well, I mean, I know, again, I don't have anything in writing. The architect has looked at it preliminary. Yes, it's a small site, but he does think it's a feasible plan to be able to do that, like house, but that is one of our discussions, right? We have to continue on. And it's kind of this chicken or the egg thing, right? It's, when we meet with the architects, we're spending money. So until we know what we have, we're trying to also be aware of what we're doing, because it's not free, right, to have them do schematics and draw these things up if we don't have the funds to do it anyways. But speaking with him and the city, they think it's doable. So, but like Julie said, we have to figure it out. So tomorrow, we have to do site work regardless, right? We have to do site work whether we're building a permanent structure or we're on there in portables. So we know we have some funds to start doing that site work. So that's part of the discussion tomorrow is, what does that look like when we're doing the site work? Where is these things going to go? How would we place that? So.
Forgive me, I've kind of lost sight. We've focused more on Plan B that I've kind of forgotten
Oh.
what your original, what would be your ideal scenario?
Our ideal scenario
Yes.
is
I've lost sight of that.
Is that we get Prop 2, right? Ideally, for the next 3 or 4 years, we're in portables over there on our site, starting being in that side of town and being on the land over there, and starting to develop that. And then building our site. We get Prop 2, and then we continue with the permanent structure. That's ideally. Ideally, we want to be over there. As soon as we can be over there, that's where we want to be. So whether it's in portables that are temporary while we're building our other site, we don't really want to wait 3-4 years for the site to be finished to move, right? That means moving for Prop 39 wherever we're placed and being there for, 3 to 4 years, and then moving again. Like, our families don't want to do that, teachers don't want to do that, right? That's not, if we could move and be over there, I mean, that's our ideal. So does that answer your question?
I have a question of clarification for administration. Considering how close we are to that February date and having to turn over a Prop 39 plan, do we have, or can you give us a sense of how many schools would be impacted by meeting a Prop 39 request for Blue Oak this year for what happens in August?
Well, we have a meeting coming up Friday that we're going to be finalizing that, or trying to get as final as we can on that. So I'll be honest, you're putting us on the spot, and I don't want to answer that question because we haven't finalized it yet. It's not going to be one, I can tell you that.
Thank you.
So as a point of order, we have two motions. We have Tom's motion that needs to be voted on first, and then the second one. If you vote yes on Tom's, this first one goes away. I mean, that's essentially how it goes down.
Okay. Are we ready to vote, board? Yeah, we're going to do a roll call vote. Let's start with you.
Can we have Tom just restate the motion again?
Sure. The substitute motion is to accept Blue Oak's application for Measure C funds and allocate the $1,001,000 to them at this meeting.
Thank you. And we'll do a roll call vote regarding this, and we'll start with Member Robinson.
Robinson, no.
Lando, aye.
Conkin, no.
Olson, no.
Hayes, aye.
Okay. So now we will vote on the original motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Eileen?
The original motion was to delay a final decision on the $1,001,000 until after the funding sources are known. Robinson, aye.
I'm sorry, that's a little vague. I'd like a little more clarification. At what point exactly? What information specifically are we waiting for before we vote again? What's the actual, can I get a restatement of this motion?
Sure, and I'll try to be as exact as I can, but I might need some help with that. So I'm feeling like there's not enough information. There's too much what-ifs financially. So once funds are secured and guaranteed.
Which funds?
The Prop 2 and the loan, which is kind of connected with that.
Both Prop 2 and the loan, before we look at it.
Well, it's my understanding that if you get Prop 2, then the loan
Yeah, maybe,
kind of happens.
maybe it should just be Prop 2. Because it seems like, well, I mean, it's your motion. I'm just saying that I didn't understand that the CSFA loan was tied into Prop 2.
Erica can reread what was originally stated, if you don't mind.
The original motion on the floor was made by Board Vice President Olson, seconded by Board Clerk Hayes, to table the decision until the overall funding, including any loans and Prop 2 funding, is definitive.
May I speak?
I don't know if we can do that in the midst of voting. I'm not sure.
Well, it's up to you.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this is what, to me, is the clarity, and it's what we've said. We need $5 million to move on to the new site. We have done those calculations. That would be with portables. We need $5 million. We don't need $17 million. We need $5 million. So what you're doing is saying that you're making the decision for us to use Prop 39 in the meantime, which will take some time to do that. Or you're going to say, oh, in March, we'll find out about Prop 2, and then we'll ask again for the million. So that we can still move forward. So I just want to do this from a practical standpoint. Giving us the extra million today gets us to where we all want us to be. You want us to be on our site, on a new site, because you don't want 2 or more school sites affected by Prop 39. And we don't want to affect those. I mean, I've fought to not affect that for 8 years. You know, I have not come back with a Prop 39 since 2018 because I went through that process with Jacqueline's predecessor, Kevin Bultema. Like, what could be happen? How could we do this? And we said, you know, we'll figure it out. We'll stay where we are. So now we've come to a point where we need to move. So we've ended up having to do Prop 39 again, even though we don't really want to. And what I'm being told is, well, because we don't get the 17 yet, we don't get the 5. So we'll come back in March. Maybe we'll have it. What if we don't get Prop 39? Or we just say, oh, well, Blue Oak's done, or we're stuck doing Prop 39 for maybe 10, 12 years. That's, to me, that's the decision you're making. You're saying, yeah, we don't, and I get that you don't have all the stuff, but this is the decision. This is we get to move to a new site and get out of your hair, or we're stuck in your hair and we don't know for how long. That's, yeah, okay, she's saying that if we don't find out until April, which is quite possible, with the prop, we won't be able to get out of our current facility in time, so we will still have to go prop. So even if we wait and we get it, we'll still have to go Prop 39 if we don't know by April 1st.
I think for me, a lot of this information we're hearing for the very first time tonight, and there's some uncertainties with all of that that is leading to me not feeling completely comfortable with it. I'm open, and I don't even know if this is a possibility, to make some form of a friendly amendment to see this plan. And I don't need to wait necessarily for Prop 2 approval to feel comfortable with that, but I don't feel comfortable with the current amount of information.
Yeah, I can respect that. So you guys have a special meeting February, first week of February, right? Special.
4th.
Right? 4th. Like, could we say, and I don't know if how many numbers, but I think that gives us a couple weeks. Could we put it on the agenda for us to bring back to you numbers on what like the feasibility plan of us moving over there with portables? And then we would know what the Prop 39 options are, right? And we would be able to present those numbers to you instead of waiting all the way till April, when then it doesn't leave us enough time to facilitate that plan.
That seems reasonable to me, and I think we could come up with some form of a friendly amendment or a new substitute motion, I guess would be the correct term. And I know.
You could choose to just take no action.
No action, okay.
You don't have to take a vote.
Okay.
You just don't vote tonight if that's what you choose to do.
And with the understanding.
It would require Vice President Olson to take her motion back, and then you just don't do anything about it. You just don't take action, and that's okay.
But what I think the point is, could this be revisited at the non-regular board meeting? Or would would we need to really visit it at the February, 21st, 20th, whatever? 18th?
Jacqueline, do you know, is there any reason that this couldn't be at a special board meeting? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but do you know? It could be. Okay, so even if we didn't handle it on the 4th, we could have a special board meeting to discuss this one topic if we decided to do it. So, I mean, you've got a couple of choices. We can add it to that other meeting, but I do want to say that other meeting is full. So it's not, having another hour-long discussion about this, that would not be a good night to do that. So I'm just being real honest with you, because we're going over a lot of student data, and it's gonna be a whole different kind of meeting. So, but if we understand what we're getting into, and we understand that, it could be something that's a little bit less complicated, then maybe. But otherwise, we can also pick a night and have another meeting. You only need 24 hours for a special meeting? 24 hours for a special meeting, so you can pick a day.
Thoughts, board? I mean, the information I personally would want to know, I'd want some sort of agreement with the landlord. I'd want to know that information, and just a little bit more what that's going to look like as far as what the cost breakdown for the rentals of the portables and, anybody?
Well, yeah, and I'd like, when you say we need 5 million, like, I don't see that. I mean, I see the site work is 5 million, and that doesn't include the portable lease or anything like that. So again, and right now you have 4.2? 4.2. Okay. So this would give you 5.2, right? Which, again, is the 0.2. If the site work alone is 5 million, is the 0.2 going to get you to the portables? Like, that's.
You're looking at the current application, and the
Yes.
current application is for the permanent home. So I'm guessing that the site work cost for the phased temporary interim home would be less of a cost for the site work.
Okay. So it would be good to know what that would be.
Can I make a suggestion? Okay. Perhaps we ask Blue Oak to develop a different application for the funding for that specific phased interim project. Most of it's already built on the programmatic side, but bringing a site plan, a cost estimate that includes the site costs, architectural fees, and all of the various utilities that have to commit to bringing services to the site at the special meeting whenever you decide to have that. So it's its own separate application for these funds.
I think that would be, I wasn't expecting to see the same application, frankly, based on our November discussion. So I'm wondering how Mr. Lando feels about that.
I mean, if Blue Oak thinks they can get the requested information by the 4th, which I think is a totally reasonable ask, I'd like to see those numbers as well. I think that's a really good way to go forward, if that will still allow them to have the time to.
Okay, so I think what this would entail would be,
We have to find out if she's going to pull back her motion.
Gail, do you want to,
Oh, yes, you're correct. Gail's.
would you like
Gail's
to
next.
take back your original motion?
I would love to take back my original motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have, we don't need a second. Do we need a second?
No,
Okay, I don't think
withdraw.
so. All right.
Madam
Yes.
President, you have mentioned some really important things that we would be expecting at the February 4th meeting. Mr. Superintendent, sir, would we be able to have the outline of the Prop 39 compliance at that date?
Yeah, because it's February 1st.
You want to have an outline of the Prop 39 plan on the 4th.
Yes.
Well, what I was going to say was, we can tentatively plan for this stuff to be on the 4th, but if we get to the point where I'm looking at the agenda and going, this cannot be on the 4th,
Right.
I just want to make sure that you understand that I'm going to come to you and say, let's pick a different night.
Yep.
Because what we have planned for the 4th is big. It's not nothing. So I just want to, I'm not trying to delay, I'm just we have something going on, and I don't know that I'm gonna be able to just, this isn't gonna be a 15-minute discussion. It never has been. So, I mean, I'm just trying to be real upfront and honest with everybody that,
I'm fine.
you know, we'll do it quick, but we will try to get it ready by the 4th, just like you're getting it ready by the 4th. And if it happens on the 4th, boom, it happens. Or if we have to delay a few days to do something, we have to delay a few days.
But we are required to have a preliminary offer for Prop 39 by the 1st, right?
Correct.
So we'll be able to look at that at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Is that the only thing you're looking for, is the offer? That wasn't what I heard. I heard the process.
Oh, no, it was.
Just the
it's
offer.
the offer.
Oh, yeah, you'll have that.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So-
I misunderstood.
So I'm just going to state my preference. I think it would be much better to have a special board meeting just for this, rather than
Sure.
having it on the 4th.
I have no problem.
That's what I feel would be most productive for everyone involved.
I have no objection to that.
So then, if that's, what we'll do is, we will be ready by the 4th, but we will, Madam President and I will talk about what dates are available, what we were looking at, and we'll figure out if there's an alternate date that we can have with the, and doing it at the large conference room and, you know, things like that, and just having it there a little less complicated than trying to have something here, and we can do it, and we'll get this thing knocked out. So if we can't do it on the 4th, or if it doesn't look right, thinking what you're thinking, then we'll figure out what date we can do it, okay?
Sounds good.
All right.
All right, no action taken.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you guys want when we come back. So, so I have like the lease from the landlord, you know, confirmation that they're willing to let us stay, like a cost breakdown, right? Site work, soft cost, portable cost, all of that. Any other?
Also, the, like, I think what Tisha was asking about, is it possible, like, some sort of
Like a
confirmation?
layout?
Can you have
Okay.
the portables while also building? Like, is the feasibility of that?
Okay.
Is that what you were kind of originally?
Yes, uh-huh.
But board members wanted to see?
I think we
Okay.
got it, and I appreciate and support the no action.
I appreciate it as well.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Well, good. I'm glad we could come to some agreement. All right. Oh, okay, moving on.
Thank
But
you guys very
want to
much.
go?
No, it's long.
I lost track of where we are. 9C. Okay. So moving on to human resources. Mike Allen's going to be presenting tonight on Resolution 1712-26, elimination of classified staff due to lack of work or lack of funds. This is discussion action.
So I think the title's a little misleading because there's no staff being affected. It's only positions that we're cleaning up. We bring it in batches to the board. And most of these positions are just being replaced by a different position. So cleaning up the books, making sure that, you know, I can keep track of, you know, data, basically saying that, you know, we're full, we're not full, how close are we to full employment, things like that. So clean it up, and then, you know, Jacqueline doesn't have to budget for the positions that we're not using.
Right.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Yes, come on up.
I just have clarification.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Questions. So you said being replaced by different positions, so does that mean different instructional para positions that are more like full-time base hours or an increase in hours?
Some, yeah, so some of them are going from either 6 hours to 6.5 hours. We're in a transition where we're trying to make most or all IPs 6 hours at the elementary site, 6.5 at the secondary sites. So as they turn over, we add those hours, usually change the position, and put it in a new position, and then we have to eliminate the old one.
Right. And then between how many, because I counted, I think it's like 21-ish, or at least 20, my eyes are getting older,
I
so
count
it's
at
a little harder to
17,
see.
I count at 17.5.
Between how many school sites? Is it all of them, or is there just a certain number of school sites?
So, that's a great question. I don't have exact sites, but I can always share this data here that I have, and the reason for the positions no longer needed, replaced with IP drivers at the ATC. Some of the grant funding had gone out, so different funding source, things like that.
Okay. And then last question. In my mind, because I haven't taken time to really dig into the funding for SPED. So if we're getting rid of these positions because there's not filled, essentially creating available funds, correct-ish?
Kind of. Okay, so how it works is if we have these on the books, we have to budget for them.
Right.
Right, and so if we don't have to budget for them, it does free up funding.
So the funding that is freed up, does it stay within like?
Oh, excuse me for 1 second. I'm just going to call
I know
point
it's
of
like-
order. This is just, I think this isn't a typical pattern, but I'm sorry. And I feel like we're kind of getting close to the 3 minutes on top of it.
Okay.
I know we didn't officially start a clock, but we typically don't do a dialogue between the public and staff. I'm sorry.
Totally fine. But those are just general concerns I have, like.
Okay.
With the money, with the funding, is it, because we are freeing up funds, does it stay within like a SPED budget, or does it go back to a general budget? Because a lot of things we hear sometimes is, well, there isn't funding. And that tends to be a little frustrating for parents when we hear there isn't funding, especially when we see things like this transpiring. So, those are some questions and concerns I have, because that is a big number, and I understand changing in hours and things like that.
Okay, so I think how I'm going to address this, because we're not supposed to respond to your public comment, but I think.
This is on the agenda, so we can
Okay,
absolutely.
we can do that. Okay. And Gail actually also had a question for
Well,
Mike.
I think for clarification, because as a retired SPED teacher, and throughout my entire career, I got a para, an IP for whopping 5 hours a day. So I either didn't have them in the morning or I didn't have them in the afternoon when a lot of my kids were mainstreamed. And what the district is doing is taking those 5-hour positions and turning them to 6 and 6.5. So it's actually benefiting the students with IEPs because the paras are there throughout the entire day to help provide support. And so you have to take out the 5-hour positions because you're adding the 6 and 6.5 hour positions. Is that correct?
That's correct. So really, it's not saving funds. It's actually costing more that we add more hours to. We just have to eliminate the position that was there and put the new position in, if that makes sense.
All right. Okay. Are there any other public comment? All right. Do we have a motion at this time from the board?
I motion that resolution 171226 be approved.
I'll second.
All right. I believe our last vote was not unanimous, so let's go ahead and start with the roll call.
Well, I can make a quick comment because we kind of skipped the question
Yes,
of clarification.
yes, I'm sorry.
But it's okay.
I got a little
I
out
actually
of-
just wanted to say thank you to
that
the
was-
public because I think that's a really valuable question. So I appreciate you bringing it up so we can be clear on what the actual spending of funds and hours of the positions look like. So thank you. That's all.
Yes, thank you also. Okay, I think we're ready to vote, unless there's any discussion. Do we have any discussion?
Just to the director, the statement that was made by yourself was that there was really no reduction in what's going to be available to the students. It's just rearranging how those instructional hours are allocated?
Yeah, absolutely.
You got that down, Erica?
Any other discussion? Okay. We'll go ahead and vote then at this time. Eileen, we'll start with you. We're voting on.
Yes.
Okay.
Robinson, aye.
Lando, aye.
Conk and I.
Olson, aye.
Hayes, aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. All right. Okay, and moving along, again with Mike Allen, regarding Resolution 1713-26, elimination of classified staff due to lack of work or lack of funds.
Yes, and this is just a different group. This is the non-represented group of, school aides and parent classroom aides. And it's kind of the same, but a little bit different, because on this one, it's more of the sites request these they no longer need them. The sites are the ones that control these, and so they said they no longer need these, and so I'm here presenting them to you.
Any public comment? Do we have a motion regarding this agenda item?
Sure. I'll move approval of Resolution 1713-26.
I'll second.
All right, we have Mr. Lando, and a second by Gail Olson. Last vote was unanimous. Actually, let's first discuss, is there any discussion regarding this? All right. Let's go ahead and just all vote together at this time. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
That was real together.
All right, that passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm
Thank you,
getting
Mr. Allen.
tired. I'm worn out. Okay. Is everybody doing okay? Okay, do we need any?
I think the last two are fairly quick. I hope.
Okay, let's go ahead and power through. You're both good. Okay, so we're moving along. This is also a discussion action item. We're talking about our revised, updated new board policies, and Superintendent Greg Blake is going to lead us into this.
Okay, so you had your first reading in December, and since that time, we have made only minimal grammatical and punctuation corrections, so nothing substantive on the language. And we pulled 6162.7 for further review. So that's
And
really it.
Would you tell the public what 6127.2 is? The board, what the board policy is? Isn't it technology use?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying that.
I'm looking
out
at you
there-
like,
Out
it's
there.
like
they
you're
don't-
speaking. I
like-
mean, yes,
just
it's regarding technology and technology use. And we have
thank
some more discussion to have on that before we're finalize
Thank
that,
you.
yes. And it will be on the next round of board policies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Sorry, that's it.
So I know you already asked a question, but are there any other questions for clarification purposes from the board?
Yes, I had two. The first one is regarding 5141.5. That's the mental health one, which is almost completely new. Is there going to be, how much time are we looking at in extra training for staff as we implement this policy?
I'm going to have Jen Scala come up and talk a little bit. She's been our guide as we've been looking at this new, as you mentioned, a new policy as well. So this has come up. Good question.
Thank you.
Good evening. Okay, so 5141.5 mental health. There are a lot of different components that are required. The first is essentially a youth mental health
training for 100% of certificated, 40% of classified staff at least one time in their employment. This must be accomplished district-wide by June 30th, 2029. We don't quite yet have the length of training provided by that at this time yet, but as a district, we're working on getting trainers that are in the district, so our district staff being trained so that we have ultimate flexibility and ability to get that training all completed by that timeline. So we'd have a little over 3 years to get that requirement met. The second is an LGBTQ plus training that's an hour, and that's all certificated staff in grades 7 through 12, and that's a yearly requirement. And last I checked, Keenan, our group, is working on creating a module. Yay! We've been working on that. They've been working on that, and so that's another requirement. The rest of this very meaty board policy is notifications, posters on different mental health approaches, needs, et cetera, mental health referral protocol, and a model policy on body shaming, all of which are well under production.
Thank you. My concern is just that, everybody who's in the classroom knows about the fabulous slog through the computerized trainings.
Yes.
And I really want to make sure that this information gets to teachers in a way that is useful and they can immediately put into practice with their students. So I want to make sure we're taking that into consideration and have a plan for running it out. Sounds like you do.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely.
you.
Thanks.
And I hate to keep on, I did have one other.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you so much. Other one is real quick. It's regarding 5145.13, regarding immigration and our response to immigration enforcement. The very last paragraph says the superintendent or designee may report to the board in a timely manner any request for information, access to school site by immigration enforcement. Can we just have that be a shall? I'd like to know if it happens. Just that may.
Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we'd have to check ed code on that because it is, there's an ed code notation.
Yeah.
And when we have those, we just have to make sure that language matches exactly what we do. So I'd have to look that up to know exactly right now, if it would include shall.
If I'm the only one with that concern, then I'll let it slide, but if not, I wouldn't mind pulling this until next meeting.
I was just gonna say, could we pull it to give staff time to research whether or not it's possible to have the shall, because I think shall or will, I agree.
In that case, sorry, Karen, please. Okay. In that case, can I make a quick motion that we just pull this one
Should
item?
we first ask for
What was the
public
on
comment?
anything else? Yeah,
Or-
I'm sorry. I'm messing the process up and I apologize.
Okay, I don't,
How about we see if there's any questions on anything else? And then we can make a motion to pass everything except that one if we want to. I'm jumping ahead, I apologize.
okay. Are there any?
Member Nanda, what, are you referring to a section in the mental health policy?
No, I am on 5145.13. It is titled Response to Immigration Enforcement.
Oh, gotcha.
And the very last paragraph opens with a sentence, superintendent or designee may report to the board in a timely manner any request for information or access to school site.
Okay.
And I would rather that be a will than a may, because I would like to know if that's happening in our community.
And the motion is to pull it?
Well, we don't have a motion yet. Right now, we're just asking clarification questions regarding the updated policies.
Okay.
And then we'll have an opportunity for the public to comment, and then we'll open it up for.
There's also, it's interesting because there is also, there's some areas that already say shall, the superintendent or designee shall develop procedures for addressing any immigration-related requests. But the very next paragraph, I'm on, I wish they had numbers, page number. I'm on the first page, kind of at the bottom of the first page. The next paragraph says, the superintendent or designee may provide training to staff regarding immigration issues, which, again, it's like, it seems like we probably should be doing that. And especially in lieu of, the training, at CSBA, I attended a pre-conference, and it was the new legal, it was what's coming out in the new legal things. And I think this policy change is in part due to that. There were some very important issues discussed about making sure that the staff at sites were well-trained to understand that not all warrants are the same, that it has to be a judicial warrant. And so it seems to me that those are not things that are a may provide training. That seems like it should be, should provide training to the applicable staff. So, yeah, I support pulling this.
Wait, we're not.
I know.
Okay.
I get it.
Okay. It's just,
I also.
because there is a moment here where we can all discuss it too. So we can all do that.
I was
too.
at one of the trainings at CSBA, and I inquired about this actually just today, kind of late in the game, but by March 1st, that we have to have a comprehensive safety plan to address this specifically, right? And we do have a comprehensive school plan, safety plan, but I don't know that it addresses this specifically, so I think there's more to be coming regarding this.
So I can answer a couple
Yeah.
things. First of all, the
Thank you.
training, we do train, last year we did, and this year we're starting the process, continuing that with training piece, so that, and that is not an ed code notation on the end of that paragraph, so if you
gotcha.
wish to push that to shall instead of may.
Well, hold on. We're not going to be making these decisions right now. If you want to make a substantive change on something, we're going to make a motion that's going to say, I move to approve all these minus this one and this one and this one, and those get pulled. It's
Gotcha.
9:15 at night, we cannot start making these decisions right
I
now, I'm
understand.
sorry. So,
That makes sense.
Are there any other questions regarding board policies?
You said of any board policies, because I'm about to jump in too.
Right, the ones that we are,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. On the board policy on mental health, I have so many notations on verifying the actual availability of what we say we're going to make known to our families as far as resources, not only to our families, but to our school personnel that are doing referrals and things, because I've worked in this area enough to know that even though it says those services are available or shall be available, if you make the phone call, you're not going to get services, because they will tell you there's no services available, there's no mental health personnel handling those. It's just a crapshoot, excuse me, but I want to see verification if we're going to pass this policy on mental health, that the services that we're saying should be provided and should be available to our families and our students, because some of them go through site personnel in order to get served, that they're actually going to be available.
is there a question?
Pull it.
Okay. Okay.
If you're going to
That's okay.
go through the process and verify that those things are actually available, then we have to pull it. You can't do that tonight at 9:15 either.
okay.
So,
It's only 9:03.
Okay. Were there any other questions in regarding? Okay. Any public comment? Okay. I think, Tom, you had a motion. Let's go ahead and move into motions at this time.
Sorry. I move to adopt all the board policies listed except 5141.5 mental health and 5145.13 response to immigration enforcement.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay.
We all second.
We have lots of seconds. Who seconded first?
Draw straws.
Okay, Tisha won.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion by Member Lando and a second by Member Hayes to adopt the new board policies with the exception of mental health. Which number was that? 5141.5, and also the immigration, which was, I lost it.
5145.13.
Okay.
Yes.
5145.13. So let's go ahead and vote. Let's do this all together again. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, this passes. Okay, moving along.
I'm sorry,
oh,
can
I'm
we stay on
sorry.
this item for a moment?
Yes.
Just the fact that we passed a motion doesn't mean we have to move on. Do we want to do
Okay.
anything
Oh,
to
I'm
deal?
sorry.
It's okay, do we want to do anything to deal with the two we didn't pass? Because right now they're not on the books. So do we want to make a motion about when we're going to address those or what that looks like?
I think we need to make sure that we say when we're going to address them, because there's another question on the mental health one. Because of aging out, some of the things that are referred to in here, once a student has turned 18, there's nothing compulsory about getting them those services.
How's February 20th sound? 18th. How's that sound? Great.
Thank you.
All right, so do we need a motion to table the discussion of those two pulled items until February 18th? Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but that seems like a pretty easy question of whether we can change that verbiage or not. And the other one will have some time to email back and forth and discuss what exactly you'd like to see to feel good about the mental health one.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. That was my fault too. I didn't allow for adequate discussion, so.
We're all
All right. Moving along, again, this is Superintendent Greg.
Essentially, this one, we've been talking about, well, we had a request essentially from Marigold. Marigold's expanding their after-school program, and, you know, we've been kind of infringing on that, encroaching on that a little bit, and so we've done a search of suitable locations that we had in this area. We found the Carmichael Building, and BCOE has worked with us to say, you know, this could work out for them and for us, and so IT and our facility people have gone out and checked it out and given it the stamp of approval to give it a shot. So we're going to give this thing a shot on February 4th and see how it works out. Make sure that our sound is working properly. Make sure our video is working properly at a special meeting. And we're kind of got our fingers crossed that it seems like it's going to be okay. And we're going to give this thing a shot, and we'll know shortly thereafter. It's a very nice facility. I think not all of you have been there, and it's you know, it's got easy access, lots of parking. It should be pretty cool. So that's it. I mean, it's just informational. I'm just giving you the heads up on a trial run coming up next meeting, and we'll give you plenty of notice, and we'll be talking to our community about that as well.
Any questions for Greg?
Is there any cost associated with it?
The only cost, I think, that the building itself, no. If they have to have any janitorial or custodial or setup costs with their IT people, then that would be something that we would pay for.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Okay. So as Greg mentioned, this is informational only, so we don't need to take any action regarding this tonight. Let's see, items from the floor. Are there any items from the floor? Seeing none, we'll move on to, let's see, board member request to agendize item. At this time, there were no requests by board members. So we're at this time in the evening where we could move towards adjournment. Is there a motion to
So
adjourn
moved.
this meeting? I missed who.
Second?
Was that Greg who, okay. Who was, that was you? Oh, okay, I thought that was Greg, I'm sorry, I really did. Okay.
Move to adjourn.
All right, let's call for a vote. All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, adjourn.